Hello! Oh my days, there's all sorts of clanging noises going on. Well, it's working. I'm getting used to this. I'm getting used to doing it. I'm getting used to checking the audio beforehand and making sure that it's coming through, and this is all good. Hi Samuel, it's nice to have you here. Javier, nice to have you as well. Have you? Sorry, no jokes at your expense. I like the name Javier. It's very nice. Where are you from? What are you doing today? It'd be good to know how your week's going and what you're looking forward to talking about. I don't know how to say that, so I'm going to butcher it, but hello Chigo, welcome. Please let me know where you're coming from, what language you speak. I'll try and do a last minute translation and butcher some speaking in some language that I've never spoken before. No, I'm really happy to have you here. Thank you for coming and joining. Let me know how your week's going. What are you doing? What are you up to? What are you excited about? What are you not so excited about? What's been fun? What's been not so fun? Tell us everything. Let's talk about what's going on for a bit. I will tell you a couple of things that I'm excited about. If that's okay, I'll kick things off. Paraguay and Italy. God, the international... Well, thanks for putting up with my English. I'm sorry that I don't speak any other languages really. I should be speaking Spanish. My wife is Spanish. I live in Spain. But, yeah. Don't judge me. Nairobi as well. Goodness me. Well, this is great. I hope you're all getting a good connection and a good stream. But let me know if there's any issues with sound or visuals or anything, and I'll try and sort it out to make it better for you. So yeah, kicking things off, what am I excited about? Well, there's a couple of things. So I talked last week, probably a little bit too long, about some of the things that I've been working on. So I'm not going to do the same this week because I haven't really worked on everything. I haven't worked on many things this week, just a couple. After last week's stream, I got really sucked into trying to get this Rust, NativePHP, Tauri, without a web server running, working, and it's still not working, but I got like this much closer, this much. So we'll try and make a little bit of progress on that today. I think that would be fun. Maybe it'll end up being an hour of me just scrolling through documentation again, but I'll try and put a lid on how much of that I end up doing, so that we don't get really bored. The other thing that's kind of related to that has got my interest, which we'll talk about, is some updates that are coming, and I haven't looked at them properly yet, so I just kind of we can do that together. I think that will be fun. What's happening in the underbelly of the native PHP world? Like how does it work, and what is the kind of exciting things that are going on there that are going to allow us to do some cool things in the future? So let me just I'm making a handwritten note to make sure that I come back, because watching back on my videos, I've realised the recordings of the streams, I've realised that I say that I'm going to do something and then I completely move on, somebody asks a question or we're talking about something else, my brain goes into a different direction and I never come back and actually talk about the thing that I said that I was going to talk about. So what I'm going to try and do today is write that down on my little trusty pen notepad, good old-fashioned So we're going to talk about NativePHP and what's underneath is the static PHP CLI, which if you haven't seen that, we won't go into too much detail, but I'll give you a quick overview. We'll see what's coming there, which sounds like it's going to be kind of interesting. And the other thing that I've been working on this week is my Open Graph image package. Those are kind of been the main focuses. So the Open Graph image package, called the OG, is a pure PHP Open Graph image. Well, it's meant to be Open Graph image because that's where I want it to focus, but it can just generate images, full stop. Obviously, there's quite a few packages that do that already. Probably intervention image is probably the most famous one in PHP. Is it famous? Is famous the right word for a package? Most popular? I don't know if it even is the most popular. I know it. I know a lot of other people know it. I know Glide, which is the library that a lot of people will use for manipulating images, at least, uses intervention image under the hood. An intervention image is just a package that sits on top of both GD and iMagick extensions in PHP to kind of make some of that a bit smoother. Like you can, whichever driver you've got, you can use intervention image and you can probably end up with similar results, which is quite cool. So my package uses that under the hood and focuses on using iMagick at the moment because there's some stuff in iMagick that I specifically wanted to use, which I can't remember why now, but it might be possible to use GD at some point. But basically I've been making some cool progress with that, and there's some bits I'm still stuck on, so we can work through that together, hopefully as well. If you want, that is. I mean, I'm still just talking about what I've been excited about and what I've been working on. You guys need to tell me about what you're excited about and what you've been working on. And anyway, so we've got that. Let's do the OG. Making my notes. The next thing. What is the next thing? Well, I don't know. It's been quiet. I feel like it's been quite quiet. I think I haven't really kind of absorbed a lot of information over the last couple of weeks. You know, like input and stimulating conversation from other people because it's been quiet. I did listen to Mostly Technical podcast yesterday, the latest episode, the new one for 2024, which was funny. It was good, a good discussion. So if you haven't, and that's something that interests you, go and have a listen or a watch. I really enjoyed it. Don't do it now though, because you're doing this now. We're doing this. You can do that later. That'll be okay. And what else? I had an interesting question somebody asked me on Twitter today. A DM. So I'm just going to fetch that up so that I can read it out to you. The podcast is Mostly Technical. I'll share the link. I'll put it in the notes. For some reason, I don't think the chat will let me post a link that you can click. I don't know why. Come on, Google, that's really silly. I mean, I guess it's to stop spam, but I'm the host. I should be able to do that. I don't know why I can't. I haven't got the setting turned off to block links or anything. But anyway, I've sent the thing in the chat. You'll just have to copy paste it. And episode 19 was the one. Oh, it's actually been almost a month since the last episode. But yeah, it was a good hour. I mean, if you put it on, you know, I like to listen to things slightly faster so that it takes up less time. But also, you know, people talk slowly when they're talking. I talk slowly. Most people talk slowly. I think The only person that I've heard that I can't listen to on fast, like 1.5 or higher, is Matt Stauffer, who's the CEO of Titan, because he already talks at 2 times speed at least. So it's just impossible to listen to him at anything greater than 1x. Anyway, so yeah, have a listen to that when you get a chance. You might find it enjoyable. I am really enjoying watching and listening to that show. So back to this Twitter thing for a second. So somebody asked me, let's see. They said, "Hi Simon, I just saw a recent post when you said you've been using PHP for 20 years, which is true. I had posted that and I have been using it for 20 years. I don't know much about you and I really have a serious question. Do you use any other backend languages other than PHP? I have been using it for 5 years and for some reason I don't feel comfortable that it's my only main language. I'm struggling to find PHP jobs on top of that. Should I stick to PHP and master it or branch to C# or Java? Thank you." Okay. Really interesting. I do hear this a little bit from different people who, I don't think I'm the person who stands out in the industry by any means, as I've been doing this a long time, or I know what I'm talking about, but thanks for that question. And I thought it was worth me giving a really sensible response, like take my time, think about it, and then write something useful. So I ended up writing a bit of an essay. I'm not going to read the whole thing that I wrote to you, but I think it would be cool to talk about some of the questions. So the one question was, do you use any other backend languages other than PHP? What do you have? Are you all PHP people, or what's your background? Do you have anything else? And then the other thing is around, it's kind of, should it be the main language? What do you mean by, what's meant by main language? And then jobs, and specifically learning and or switching to another language. So there's maybe 3 or 4 different topics there that we could, I don't want to go into every single one in any great detail. If you've got any thoughts about them, please type in the chat and we'll talk about it. But I just wanted to touch on my thoughts on those 4 points because maybe you'll resonate with them, maybe you'll have a different opinion and we can talk about that. Or, I don't know. But it was interesting, so it made me think. So, do I use any other languages other than PHP? Well, yeah, I do. We're going to look at doing some Rust today. I'm not very good at that, but The question specifically was backend languages, but I want to focus on it shouldn't just be thought that way, right? Because a language is a language. What you use it for is defined by the ecosystem, and the community. Like, what do we typically use this language for? What's it really good at in terms of like its performance or its developer experience? And that will kind of push a language to being more suitable for certain use cases. PHP, true, was designed originally to be the kind of language for the web, in one sense of it just being like it's meant to generate HTML. But it's a language, and it's, Turing complete, very, very powerful interpreted scripting language that's been turned into a more fully fledged programming language, and it's quite capable. So I don't see PHP as a back-end language. People use it for back-ends. That's when we talk about back-end as well, we're talking about like the server-side application. But it's just a language. It's a runtime. And so like any other runtime, it can be used for anything. And the truth is, we all use more than one language. So ignoring markup languages, which are not languages, I'm sorry, they're not. They're not programming languages in the strictest sense. They're markup languages. That's a different thing. But we've got probably a little bit of JavaScript. But if you're a web person, if you've been building anything on the web for a while, so there's that. And if you use data science, if you've done anything in data science or any of the AI things, you might have touched some Python, like how much you think of as being, this is a language I use, is really just like familiarity, right? You might have touched a bunch of languages. You might have used Ruby for something. You might have used C# or C++, or whatever, throughout your career. But you wouldn't say that you use that language because you don't reach for it when you're solving problems. So in that sense, PHP for me is my main language, and I don't really use others, even though I work quite regularly with JavaScript and I'm doing stuff with Rust now. And I'm okay with that. This person says they've been using PHP for 5 years and for some reason they don't feel comfortable that it's their only language. And so my answer really was around, well, why not? Because PHP is absolutely fine as a language. Yeah, it's got its quirks like any other, but you shouldn't worry about which language you're picking and sticking with. You should just pick one and stick with it. Go deep. If you're comfortable using the language and you like the features and you like the community and the ecosystem and it kind of resonates with you for whatever reasons, stick with it, go deep, learn that language and ecosystem and libraries and whatever there's available really, really well. Because it's that then feeds into the next bit, right, about jobs and your appeal as an engineer. If you've gone shallow and wide on lots and lots of languages and libraries and frameworks and ecosystems and communities, it's fine. It's a good thing to do to kind of get that initial, I know what's out there, I understand a little bit about all of it, and if somebody wants me to, I could tip my hat to doing this one or that one, which is okay if you're comfortable with doing that. If the opportunity arises and you go, oh yeah, I want to go and do Python for 2 years, you can, because you've done that like surface level work to kind of figure it out. But if you don't go deep on one of them, you can never really push through this kind of barrier of your skill level and what you're perceived to be capable of doing in the eyes of, rightly or wrongly, in the eyes of certain engineering managers and CTOs and whoever it is that might be hiring you, if they're technically minded. So they're going to look at you and they're going to go, oh, this is great that you know all these different things, but which one do you want to use? You don't know. Okay, that's not going to be very helpful. You need to be able to have definitive answers, like what would you use in this situation? What would you use in that situation? I think that's where going deep on a language, a framework, a ecosystem is going to be really, really helpful for you in your career. So don't be afraid to do that, remember, because they're all just languages and they all basically do the same things slightly differently, but you can't really go wrong. I feel like the underlying element to that is popularity, right? So people will say, well, yeah, but JavaScript is really popular right now. Python's getting really popular again. Yeah, that's a fair argument, I'm not going to lie. It's tempting to like ride the wave of popularity because there's going to be a lot of libraries, there's going to be a lot of tooling, things advance more quickly when a lot of eyes are working with, in those languages. But I've been doing PHP and focusing mostly on PHP for the better part of 20 years. You know, like I've been using it for 20 years and I've been doing it day in, day out for most of that time. I honestly, really, truly have not missed anything in, like, PHP has not held me back. You know, maybe I picked the right language. Maybe other languages would have done this back in the past. I don't know. I don't think so. I think what happens is trends maybe get started by one language. You know, like we saw when Node came out and JavaScript started to become really popular as a general purpose programming language, that there were these trends around things like asynchronous work and not asynchronous work, you know, asynchronous work inside the language. Like non-blocking IO was kind of the main one that I remember at the time. And, you know, it was always like, well, the performance of this is so much better than whatever crappy language that you're using at the time because, you know, everything else blocks when no, they don't. And they don't have to. But you just picked on a paradigm and it's got popular very quickly right now. So it just takes a little bit of time for some of those other things to catch up. But it doesn't usually take very long, right? And PHP is all there. Like I see, it will go toe to toe happily with Node and other environments in JavaScript and other languages for the same kinds of workload. And even that's not necessarily a massive argument because do you need it? Do you need that level of performance? And that's all contextual. So yeah, there's a lot to consider, but you won't lose anything really by sticking with a language that's relatively popular. And, you know, PHP is hugely popular, so just because it's not getting loads of attention right now, maybe in the kind of startup world, or you know, there's this sexy language feature, or there's this something, don't worry about it. Those things will go by the by. And then kind of the final piece, I think, is around jobs, kind of all of that leading to what's the situation with work at the moment. And, you know, I've been sort of out of the picture, I guess, for about 12 months now. But there's a couple of points to that. One, doing Laravel and having to keep my eye on what's going on in the market because there are a significant number of people who signed up to that are looking for work. I want to be relevant, you know, I want my knowledge of the community, of the market to be up to date to help them as much as possible. And I can say right now it looks uncertain still. You know, there's even just in the last few days, there's been some huge layoffs in big tech companies and there's a lot of uncertainty in the market as more and more people sort of flood into being available and looking for jobs. So it's a tough time, I'm not going to lie. I would say if you're currently employed right now and you're relatively happy with the work that you're doing and the job, stick with it for a bit. Don't look to change right now, just in case, because you might find that you end up changing to somewhere where they don't last very long, or they can't keep you like they promised that they would. So just give 2024 a little bit of time to settle in and see what happens. Anyway, that was a good question. I haven't seen any comments from anybody, and it's not because I haven't been at the bottom of the thing. So I'm assuming that I've bored you all to death with talking about that, but hopefully it was there were some interesting thoughts in there. Let's move on. Let's go to something more interesting. We're gonna go to the OG, right? Because there's this problem that I want to fix. Let's go. And what are we doing here? So a little bit of context just to get you into the right frame of mind. Let's bring the chat back if I can. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, go away. There it is. And oh, that's no use. Oh wow, I'm getting fully interrupted by my. Will this? Am I doing something stupid? I don't think so. Sorry. Where's my window? Here. Right. For some reason, somebody is trying to call me in the middle of this. Don't they know what I'm doing? No, clearly not. So, what's the context? Context is we're trying to generate images. This is just a test image. I'll explain what big orange blob is in a moment. But we're creating images that contain images. So let's get an example up. This is a good example. So this is one that I made earlier. Good old Blue Peter fashion. Blue Peter probably means nothing to you guys from Italy. And if you know what Blue Peter is, tell me. But sorry, that's a terrible reference. So sorry about that. This is an example image, right? And you can see, hopefully you can see, it's made up of well, I'll tell you, it's made up of 5 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And 2 of those elements are other images. So we've got block of text, a block of text here that's sort of hanging off the bottom, which is what I'm trying to fix. And then this image, which I've just swiped from whatever it's called, Unsplash. And then this, I don't know if you can really make it out because it's very pale, but there's this sort of background image which has been repeated across the whole background. And it's actually repeated across the whole image, but it's obscured by the kind of backdrop of this image on this half. So this looks like it takes up half, and this looks like it takes up half, but this really occupies the whole canvas. Anyway, that's an irrelevant point to a certain extent. So we've got these things, and they're sort of all positioned, mostly positioned nicely, apart from this one that's not working. And how do we build this up? Well, it's all code. So although we'll fix this in a second, it's not working right now, but that image was basically generated partly by this, and this is a layout class which says this is the basics of what we want this image to look like. So how big should it be? Should it have a border? What should the background be? What should the border width be? What should the border color be? What should the padding be on the image? Those kinds of things. And when we got all of that, we can basically apply any set of features to it, right? So we can say, I want to lay this out here and that out there, and it doesn't matter what those things are. We just think of them as rectangles, boxes. So if it's text, it's like a rectangle of text, and we can put that somewhere on the canvas. And if it's an image, well, obviously that's just an image, rectangle. So we can just place that somewhere on the canvas. And what I wanted to achieve with this is I don't want me, like this, I'm solving this for me, right? I don't want to have to think about the position of elements when the images are being drawn, because I just want to be able to pass it. I want this image here, like on there, I want this text on there, and for the layout and everything else, to just work out where should all of those pieces go. And so there's like this element of relative positioning, and there's this idea of how you relatively position one thing to another. And I'm sure intervention does something under the hood to do some of this, but I haven't really fathomed that, and I kind of went at it as kind of solving it myself. And I'm kind of happy with the solution, but I mean, if intervention does do it underneath, then I'll refactor this out. But right now, a layout then basically just lets you define features. And so this 2-up layout, which, where's that image gone? This one that we were looking at. Move that over here. It has, if we define the picture, it'll put a picture. And it'll put the picture starting at the x, y of 0, 0. And it'll occupy half the image and the full height of the defined space, the image that we're creating. Cool, so it stretches and stretches nicely without skewing the image, and it occupies roughly half of the image. Nice. And then we add some text. So this is the title, which is this layout is great for e-commerce in this one. And then there's the call to action, which is this, you can see buy something and it's hanging off the edge, and we'll figure out that's what I'm trying to figure out right now, basically. And then the URL. So the URL is that bit at the top, and it doesn't have to be called URL, but it's just a text box which I'm saying this is the URL. Again, if it's defined, it'll show. So there's like these default features that I kind of expect will be in every layout. And you can see most of these, like, they're all set here. The settings come from different places, but it's easy enough to kind of say, well, I want it to look like this, and it should be this big, and you know, the size area that we allow for this text box should be, you know, the full width of the mount area and 45 pixels high. Hi Mohammed, thank you. I'll try to keep it up. Hopefully it works for everybody. And then the position of this one and some of the other ones that we've glazed over. We'll look at this one first, and then we'll look at a slightly more complex one in a second. The position is 40 on the x-axis and 20 on the y-axis. And I want it to be relative to the mount area, whatever that is. And then I've set position middle top. What does that mean? Who knows? Well, I'll explain. So this is actually wrong, and I need to change this. I'm going to change this right now because I want it to be relative to, and what I mean is the middle top of the mount area. What's the mount area? The mount area is what's being shown at the moment by this orange and red box. So by default, every image that you create or every layout will have a single box element not drawn to it, but defined, that is used as a way to position other elements, taking into account the border and the padding that you've defined on your image, so on the layout. So if I say I want 40 padding and I want a 25 border, that means my drawable area is 25 plus 40. Sorry, I shouldn't use my hands, I should use the screen. I haven't prepared a lesson here, but hopefully you can follow what I'm trying to say with my hands. If you can even see them, maybe not, because I'm in my little bubble. But basically, if your edge of the frame is here, then I have my border, which is 25 pixels, and then my padding, which is 40 pixels. And then that point is where I should start drawing if I don't want to kind of get obscured by my border, and I don't want to overflow my padding area. So I give my image a nice frame or whatever. And I don't want elements being too close together and all of that kind of thing. So that's what the mount area represents. It's like this inner space within the frame of the image that's kind of the main drawable area if you want to respect that. So I have this feature. Let's collapse that for a second so you can see this a bit better. I have this feature called the mount area that's available to the layout, and I'm saying this text box feature should be relative to, so I've just named the property to make it sense. I want text box feature named URL and all the other details to be positioned 40 pixels X and 20 pixels Y relative to the mount area at its middle top anchor. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. What is an anchor? We can't see them because I haven't got any kind of debugging code that's rendering these to the images, but you can imagine them. And there are basically on every rectangle, you've got 9 sort of natural anchor points, right? You've got the 4 corners, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got the center, it's 5. And then you've got the midpoints on each of the edges, so that's another 4. And those are kind of the really most common anchor points that you'll find. And like in every single object that you might draw to a canvas will have a rectangle around it, and you can have those anchor points. So it's just a really basic concept of there's 9 of them, and occasionally I'll want to align something to one of them, or I'll want to align one of them to something else. And that's essentially the concept that I'm going for here, is I want to say this, the URL should be aligned to the middle top anchor point of the mount area, right? So where's that? Middle top is going to be somewhere here. And then I'm saying, well, I want the offset position relative to that element or that anchor position to be x40, so x is the horizontal, so it's going to be 40 pixels over this way, and then down, so y, by 20 pixels. And that's exactly where the URL has appeared on this image. That's where it's drawn it. It started, and it started the top left of the text box at that 40, 20 relative to the middle point of the mount area. So in this one, the mount area is probably a little bit smaller, and we could draw it. It's not going to work at the moment because of the situation that we're in, but this is what I want to try and fix. So that's given quite a lot of context now to everybody as to what this is for and what it's doing. Hopefully makes some sense. So let's see what the problem is here. Now, you remember I just refactored a little bit of this as I was going along, which I shouldn't do. I should focus on one thing at a time, but you know, I'm really bad at doing that. So I moved, this was in its own little field called position, and that's really a poor name for what's going on, and it separated the logic and all sorts of things. So I've moved all of that, and that's what I need to fix here so that we can start getting things to render. And I've done some other bits as well. Let's have a look at a slightly more complex example first though. So the title text box here, which is the big bold text that we can see, I want that to be relative to the URL feature, right? So that it appears some offset away from the URL. And how that works is, I won't go into detail on that, but basically because the length of text could determine the box size, we have to do some kind of pre-rendering and working out what the text size is going to be before we actually decide the position of the title text box. And then there might not be a URL. So what happens when there isn't a URL? What do we do then? Well, this is where this comes in. So this is actually a bit of an unfortunate one because it needs to change quite a lot now. But I want the title to be relative to the URL if it exists. If it doesn't exist, I kind of want it to take the place of the URL, right? So I want it to be relative to the mount area again. And I'm expanding this function because a single line anonymous function, what do you call it, short closure, is not sufficient because I've got some complex logic going on in here now. So I need to turn it into a proper closure. And I'm going to just call this feature. So I will get either the URL feature or I'll get the mount area in feature, right? So I'm not going to look at this get feature because it's just an array access, but basically if there isn't a feature called URL in that array of features, then it will return null, and then that will allow me to call the mount area function, which is what gets me the mount area for this layout based on the other parameters that we've set. So with that feature, I then want to get the point at one of its anchors, and the anchor point that I want for one or the other. In this case, actually, you know, it depends. So I'm going to start with what it was, and we'll have a think about it. And this is why I had to move this logic, because this wasn't sufficient. So if I do that, the problem is it's the bottom left of the URL when there's a URL. So the bottom left of the URL box is probably around here somewhere on this image. And that's fine. And then I add 20 pixels down on the y-axis. Okay, so 20 pixels down from there, and that's where I start drawing my title. But what if there's no URL? Well, then it's going to use the mount area. Where's the bottom left on the mount area? The bottom left on the mount area is going to be somewhere down here. Now, I don't want my title text to be drawn somewhere down here. I don't want the start of it to be there for sure. So I don't want it there at all. I want it on the right hand side. That's what this layout is about. So how do I get this text to draw still in this rough position when there's no URL? Well, this is why I've moved this logic, because it should be more complicated than this here. And we want it to be, let's just take this anchor for a second. Basically, if I say mount area, it's either return the mount area anchor position at the same as the one that we did for the URL, which is middle top. So I want it up here. I'm anchoring my text from there, or rather up here somewhere. So it's going to be like here, and then I want it to be yeah, it's still kind of interesting because it's still problematic, right? We would have to do something here. We'll get into that. But I want it to roughly start in this area, and I want it to be about the same as where the URL would be, right? And so the URL starts at, what was it, 4020. So we'll take that for a second. I'm just going to pop that in here. Say this was the URL starting position relative to the mount area. Okay, so, oops. yeah, what's going on? There is a problem here. So the relative positions that I've set for when it's relative to the URL do kind of need to be different to when it's relative to the mount area, and we'll get across that in a little while. I think it's slightly tricky, but it's not too tricky. Anyway, we need to check: do I have the URL feature? And if I do, then I want to return the anchor position at bottom left, which was the original for the URL feature. So we can get rid of that. And that's my desired outcome. It's a little bit strange, I guess, to a certain extent, because we're relying on these values being here. We might move that. I think we can actually do away with some of that. In this scenario, it might be, yeah, a little bit easier to do it slightly differently, but we'll come back to that in a second. And then if it's not available, so if the URL doesn't exist as a feature on this design, then I want it to be anchored to the middle top of the mount area, as we said. So what's going to happen there? We reckon that this is going to come down by 20 pixels from the middle top of that mount area, which isn't, yeah, no, that is the same as the URL. So it's going to be in the same kind of latitude as the URL, the starting position is, but the X is at 0. So when there's no URL, there's no X position of the URL to work from, we're going to work relative to the X position of the mount area. And the X position of the mount area is smack bang in the middle, because we've asked for the middle top. So we're going to get middle. And that means that this text will be rendered immediately here on this left-hand side. And we don't want that. We don't want it butting right up against this other image. We want to give it some space. So we need to do something to this once we've determined that it's laying it out this way. We want it to change. And the good thing here is this anchor is actually one of these point objects, and a point object is something that's in intervention image, and it has some useful features which I already know about, which is why I'm jumping to it. We can do things like this. We can move the coordinates by a certain amount of pixels. So we don't need to work out the absolute position that we want this thing to be. We can just say, now you're here, go a little bit further, move over there a little bit more. So with this anchor in place, I know that I want to move the X by 40, which is what I was originally doing with the URL. So I'm going to just say move X by 40, and it's going to add that 40 pixels of sort of lateral movement across. So it ends up in the same place where the URL would have been. And using that same principle, I think what I'll do is actually say, well, we want the Y to be 20 extra as well. So we're not relying upon these values coming from somewhere else. We're not relying on this one coming from here and then setting this one over here. We'll keep them together so that it sort of makes sense. And then because we're doing it that way, like that here, why not just do it like that here as well? But instead of moving, we don't need to move X on this one. We just need to move Y to give it that spacing when the URL shows. So we move Y by 20, which was our original. And I could get rid of this. In fact, we might we might just be able to say we refactor these out completely or set defaults to 0 or something like that at some point. I'm not going to do that now because that's going to break a load of other things and force me to make some changes, but I know that I can set them to 0, and that should, like the theory of this, I'm just working on theory at the moment, and we're going to try and render this and come back to it. What else have we got to fix here? This is still telling me about some error. I think I've still got some old syntax. Right, so we need to fix this one as well. So I'm just quickly fix this one. This one is the one that's problematic, okay? This is the call to action. We can see that that is it's overhanging in all sorts of ways that we don't want it to. What do I want to achieve with this call to action? Well, for this, I'm just trying it out, honestly. I don't know if this is going to be the final result for it, but I kind of liked the idea of positioning this at the bottom right. So I want the bottom right of the text box to align with the bottom right of the mount area. So the text should kind of start on the right and fill out to the left. It's sort of how you might think about it. But how do we achieve that? Well, I'm still in the middle of that and we'll figure it out. But the principle with the API that we've designed is we can say this should be relative to the mount area, and it should be relative to the mount area's anchor at the bottom right. But also, I want the text box's kind of start position to be adjusted by its own anchor. So when we've been talking about all of these other elements being laid out, they've basically just been assuming that the start point is the top left. And that's set by, wherever it is, this default. And if we didn't set it, it's probably being set as the default one somewhere in intervention anyway. Like it's a well accepted standard to start with the top left. 0, 0 is usually the top left when you're drawing images. Not like on a graph where 0, 0 is supposed to be the middle. But anyway, so where's my thing that I was just looking at? So the call to action, yes. The anchor point that I want to use is the bottom right, and that is going to align the bottom right of this text box to the bottom right of the mount area, in theory. How do you do that? Well, it takes a little bit of math because we need to work out the two anchor points now. We need to work out the one for the mount area and we need to work out the one for the text box. But remembering that we don't tell the drawing engine, I want you to start drawing over here and go back that way this time. The drawing engine will always start at the top left when it's drawing. So what we need to do is tell it what the top left position should be relative to the anchor point. And the way that we do that is we work out the relative anchor position of the anchor point, the bottom right anchor point of that text box, and then kind of subtract it from the starting position. Adrian, hello, you've been hiding away in the corner. You could use the align function on font. Yes, so that's the other thing. Intervention does include some of this for some things. The H-align, or just align on text in intervention, does kind of adjust this for you. But my understanding is it doesn't work for every kind of thing, and I want this to work for every kind of box. I would look forward to a PR making this a lot easier. at some point. But anyway, let's have a go at doing it this way so we don't have to refactor the whole thing. This shouldn't be pivot anymore because I've changed it. It's called anchor. And so that's basically saying I want the bottom right anchor of this box, the one that I've defined, to be relative to the bottom right of the mount area that we've created. Okay? So again, it's all just theory. Although I've got some implementation, I don't think it's necessarily working very well. We've got lots of errors when I run the tests. So I'm going to try, see what happens. Yeah, it's all still broken, right? Why is it broken? Unhandled match case null. That's very interesting. I forgot to do this. I need this logic. I will explain this. So the anchor offset function, the one that I was talking about earlier, which works out the relative position of an anchor inside a box. So the anchor itself, sorry, the initial position that the system is looking at is 0, 0, so top left. And then if I want the bottom right, which is kind of opposite, I need to work out the height and the width of the box to work out that position. But what I don't want is I don't want the absolute position of that on the whole canvas. I just want the position of that relative to this origin point. And yeah, so it sounds easy enough, right? It's just, it's height this, it's width that, it's half this, it's half that, and that's what this actually does. So once you've worked out all 9 of those, it's fine. It's quite straightforward. But the difference here is I'm not passing in the specific position. In some cases, I'm letting it assume based on the settings that, sorry, I'm not passing it into this function. I wanted to do it based on data that's being passed in to the position function, which is my kind of setup function. So the anchor gets set on the object here, and I want to reference that, and I wasn't doing that, which is why we're seeing all those errors, because we're not passing in a position. Sorry, that's the wrong function. We're not passing in a position to this. So hopefully now that we are, we can do that. It will work. Where is that other call to anchor offset? Right. So this is the kind of the other piece. This is wrong, but I don't think this is going to work either. I think there's problems here that I haven't discovered yet. But this is where I got to. I kind of want to get some of this working, or like in place in theory, and see what's happening. And now I think we might be closer to that. So let's just run it and see what happens. Okay, there's still one error, but we're generating some images. Some of them are changing. Something's changed. You saw the image change up here. So we can have a look at that. This is a really good sign, but what's gone wrong with some of those other images? Let's have a look. We've lost some text. Okay, that's probably just because I haven't updated all of the APIs yet. All of the classes, yeah. So we can fix those. We can ignore some of these problems. They're going to go away. Fine. And what are the errors here? So basic image with test layout, cannot modify read-only property position. So I'm trying to modify position somehow. Why am I doing that? That's the first place that we do it, isn't it? That's interesting. I don't think we set this position anywhere else. Unless it's taking it as doing this move is somehow modifying it. I don't think so. It's genuinely believes that the position is set somehow. That's interesting. Ah, no, okay. It's because I'm cloning this one in this case. That's fine. This is just me being dumb. So cloning has cloned the original, and because it's read-only, I can't make change to the position. So I shouldn't do this, basically. I'm trying to be too lazy. I should just copy some of this. That's all I needed to do. Yeah, I think that's about right. So this is effectively the same as the mount area, but it's another box that I'm trying to test the positioning logic, see if it's working. So let's see if that renders better. Okay, we still get one error on a different image, but we can see something interesting here. So it's sort of working. I've said, well, it's doing something. I don't want to say it's working. I've said I want the position of this this box, which I don't quite know how this is orange now, because, oh no, I do, because it's just a standard box, which I have a render function that makes it orange, but we'll get rid of that. This box, I want it to start at 0, 0, but I want it to be relative to the mount area's bottom left. So, and then I've said I want it to be the center. So the anchor point should be the center of this one. Let's just make it a bit smaller. Let's make it the same as the mount area. Let's just make it a square, right? So I want 100 by 100 square, and I want the center of it to be anchored to, or yeah, positioned relatively to the bottom left of the mount area. So the mount area on this one is 10 padding, there's no border, so, and it's a 600 by 400 image, so it looks a little bit bigger than the other one, which is a much bigger image. So this 10 pixels of padding means that the mount area the bottom left of the mount area should be somewhere around here, and I'm saying I want the center of this orange square to hit that and render across that area. It's not doing that, right? So something's still not quite right. Let's try again and see what happens this time. Well, we've got a square, that's the start. Right. Is it because this position center is not respected somewhere else. Have I missed? No, that would have thrown an error as an unhandled match. Let's have a look at whatever this error is as well. The relative to must return a geometry point, which is in which layout? I don't know, maybe it's this one. Yeah. So there's just this one layout which I still need to come back and fix, so we can ignore that for a minute. The test layout, which is this one. In fact, I'm going to close this for a second. We'll come back to that image. Why is the middle point not being used as that anchor for this? I don't know. But it's all going to be trapped in how we calculate the position. So at this point is where I would be thinking, right, I need to figure out what these values are, what is happening here. So actually it's not there. I'm just going to start dumping them out. Yeah, the trickiness with this is because I've got, I need to just run one test. I don't want to run all of them. I've got so many tests now. Right, so let's just start with the X. X position we know should be about -50. The anchor offset should be 50-50 to get to the center. Yeah? And then to move the center to whatever that other position is, I basically think well, no, it should basically be -50, right? If you imagine it's the top left is going to be on the bottom. The top left of this box is going to be on the bottom left of the inner box that we can't see. So somewhere down here. It's where it should start drawing. But let's make sure it does do that first, before we have all these funky extra things going on. Yeah, you're right. It should be -50, -50, because it's all relative to the size of the box, which is exactly what this is set up to do, at least in my head. Let's do that. Did we output anything? Or did I comment that out just? Oh yeah, that was silly. In fact, let's fully re-render the image and see what it looks like. Oh, that's very interesting. It hasn't output relative to the bottom left at all. Why not? We're saying I want the bottom left position of the mount area let's see, how can I let's just bottom the anchor here. So this should be the anchor of the mount area, and I don't want it for every single one, I just want it for, where is my mouse going? I've got 2 because I left something somewhere else. This one. Oh no, it had to run through it twice because of the way that it's doing positioning. That's fine, yeah. So actually what I've ended up with is the mount area bottom left, which is 0 on the X, which doesn't feel right, unless I haven't set some padding on this thing, but I'm sure I did, yeah. So that's not right. Why have I lost the padding? I don't know. That shouldn't be 0. This should be 10. And the Y should be, well, the Y is actually correct. So you mean this little panel that I'm looking at? Yeah, I can't normally. This is really terrible because my screen is, my resolution's lowered so that everyone else can read. Let's change this up. This is a bit painful for everybody else then as well. I can get rid of some of these that I don't need. Get rid of that. Probably want to come into this one. Probably don't need that one. So what's going on? When it's working out this anchor position for the mount area, I'm expecting that to be 10 pixels in from the left. So it should be x10, but it's not, it's x0. Yeah, I'll do that as well. And why is it not? Why is it not? Because the mount area, the size of it is this, the position includes the padding and any border. So this is the X that should be being set on the mount area. Why is that disappearing? I don't know. We don't need this one. Oh no, okay, so that's just the anchor. Yeah, silly me. Of course, the anchor's 0. It should be 0, 380 because it's 0 relative to the box, not its position on the canvas. Doi. And then we add the origin X to it. So we can have a look at the origin as well. That will give us the 10 that I'm missing. Yeah, so it starts at 10, 10, which is exactly right. And then we add 0 and we add 380. And that's that is exactly where it should be, right? So this point that we're returning from here is correct. The point for that anchor should be correct. And then, so the thing that's going wrong is I don't know. The point for that anchor maybe, let me think this through. When it's relative to another element, which is what this if, just collapse this a bit. When it's relative to another element, so if is set relative to, then I get the callback that determines which element it is that I should be, or like what the position of the element is that I want it relative to. And that position is what calls the anchor of, it calls to get the anchor position of the target element. And it's that point is where I want to start, I'll say start drawing, but then I need to adjust from there, like the minus 50 to get to the anchor, the center anchor point for the box that I'm trying to draw. So my hunch was that I could just do the anchor offset. So the anchor should be at the point that this gets executed. When we calculate position, the anchor should be already set, and the anchor should be set to center. So let's just check that. This anchor. And it is. And the offset is correctly x50, and we could just check y for this same one. We can change it and see what happens as well, because it should reflect what we change on the object because of some of the logic we set. So that's also 50. So if I set anchor equals position, let's just make it top left again. So back to the defaults. Should be 0. Ooh, I can't change it because I'm in a read-only world. That's really sad, isn't it? I should never have done that. Where do I change it? Let's change it here at the beginning. In fact, we could just have removed that altogether. Should be 0, 0. Fine. So it is correctly calculating the center point. So what is going wrong? You know, I've removed the logic here. Let's take position x. This is a little bit confusing, isn't it? Position, position, position. Relative. No, it's not. It's not relative. It's an absolute position of a point on a box. We want that to be our origin. It's like it would normally be 0, 0. Maybe I don't need this here, because if it's normally 0, 0, I could just say if it's not, then I could set it to 0, 0, but I'm going to not worry about that right now. I think the defaults for a point are 0, 0. Yeah, so I could just return a new point at that point. Don't know. This might be right. Anyway, then the origin X and Y here, what is that? That should be 10,390. Fine, perfect. We're on the right track. So I want my starting thing to be its origin. The starting position should be the origins X and Y. And then if we've set any explicit offset, we've got, yeah, that feels a little bit weird. We might not need this, but at the moment that's coming from the position of this box, and this box's position is 0, 0. So that shouldn't be affecting us, right? We can, again, let's just check that position. Put anchor back here for a second. Let's get all three of these out. Right, so origin 1090, that's the bottom left of the, what do I keep forgetting the name for it. The mount area, maybe it's the wrong name, but so that's the bottom left of the mount area. That's correct, that's what we've asked it to be. And then we're saying the position of this box is 0, 0. So 0, 0 relative to 10,390. And then I want you to okay, this is where it's not right, isn't it? Should be 10,390. Ah, yeah, it's not anchor. It's anchor, the function. Yeah, I agree. It's tricky because I've got canvas already for the whole image, and I don't want to confuse canvases because it's not a canvas, it's just a hypothetical area within the canvas. It is the mount area. It's like if you think of a picture in a frame, you've got the frame and then the border, and then you've got this like space, and then the mount area. Yeah, I keep calling it mount area, but I keep forgetting it. That's silly. But I think it is the right name, honestly. Anyway, picture theory aside, now that I've got the right anchor, oh, okay, that's interesting. So I've got some cyclical reference thing going on there when I call anchor inside of calculate position. Well, yeah, of course, because that's going to be calling calculate position. This is the wrong thing. I don't want to call anchor in here. I need to call, it's not the anchor, it's the anchor offset. Sorry, so this is just really bad. So this is the one that should be 50-50. 10,390, 0, 0, 50-50, perfect. So I'm getting all the right values. So I'm saying 10 plus 0, and then it should be minus 50. So I want this. This is what I had. So I don't know why it's not working. There's maybe something else at play that I'm not aware of. And if we can't get this to work, I'm going to stop because there's other things I want to move on to. So just being naive, doing both, assuming that I've got it right because I've got all the values right. And when I run it, it runs, that's okay. So when I've got it relative, I'm expecting to see, and this is where I have to run it from the command line. We can ignore that error because I think that's the GitHub one. Yeah. And then let's get this back. Why? It's still wrong. It's not positioning minus 50, minus 50. I guess before you have added all three values. You guess what before I've added all three values? There's something about a point that it can't. Let's see what the point actually looks like that it's given me before I return it. Just to see. Poting. I think that was just really wrong. Let's see what it looks like on that one test. -40, 340. So it's correct. Okay, so the point that we're getting back is right. I'm sufficiently happy that the coordinates of this are correct for this one when it's relative to something else. And we know that the thing is relevant. It is relative to the mount area. So these coordinates are correct. Which means it's then something to do with the render. What's happening on render? That is... Let's see. This should still be the same, right? It should still be -40, 340. And it is. So there's something in drawing the rectangle, like the way that we're trying to draw to the canvas. This draw rectangle is on image, and I think it's a modifier. New point X and Y. Ooh. What? It's making a new point out of the individual coordinates. Well, that's fine. That should all be fine. Then is there something in the way that the rectangle factory works? Is it because of this? No, I'm passing in a rectangle. I'm not passing a function. I'm passing in my rectangle. I'm saying, here you go. Here's the thing, here's where I want you to draw it. And when it draws, it goes to draw rectangle, the driver specific one. So the iMagick one, and it is just get the position X, get the position Y. I don't know what drawing is. Drawing is the iMagick draw object, right? So this should be absolutely fine drawing that. It's not doing anything to say you can't draw this off the canvas unless maybe iMagick Draw doesn't let you draw off the canvas. Maybe that's the problem. iMagick Draw. Is there something within this, do you reckon, that maybe forces it to be stuck to the canvas? It doesn't make sense that it would, because it can quite happily render things off canvas. And it's going to be doing the rectangle, which is this one. Yeah, like so many of the iMagick functions, warning, this function is currently not documented. This is why this is so difficult and nobody does it. I don't know. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm a bit stumped by that. This is the iMagick rectangle off canvas. None of this is correct. Google, you're really bad at this. I don't understand. What does the W mean? W means warning. Warning? Something's got a warning. Which one's got a warning? How do I find that out? Do I put V for... Nope. Verbose. There is no such thing. How do I show the warnings? Display warnings. Undefined array key URL. That's not that. That is basic image. Basic triggered by. Well, that's not helpful because this is using a provider. Which one was it? Second one? Second one. Second one is basic. There's no URL. It's using the standard layout, which means I have not changed something here as well correctly. Like, title is probably hanging off URL. Yeah, okay, so actually this doesn't return null safely. Maybe that will work. D now, WD. A deprecation. Can I do with deprecations? String to upper passing null. Oh, okay, we're going down a slightly different path, but I did anticipate this one actually. This is so the idea with this was just like a little modifier. I can do for this specific theme, and it's like dependent this not theme for the specific layout, saying oh the layout decides the capitalization or the some of the text formatting, and I don't know if that's even right. This just feels weird. Maybe it should happen in the theme, or let the content decide. I don't, yeah, it's a bit strange. Thanks. And if I don't, then I can just return empty. That'll shut that test up, I think. Yeah. Fine, and that's still the GitHub one. So this should be generating the new snapshots. It is updating the snapshots. So it's not like we're seeing something cached maybe? How can we check for that? We can delete this image. Test layout. Let's delete this image and just make sure it's definitely not caching. Cool. Test layout. No, it's creating it again with that. So I don't know. That's really odd to me. This should be, according to all of the math. Mouse, stop doing that. According to all of the maths, this should be correct, but it's not. It's not drawing the rectangle in the right place. So when we're at this point, let's go see what this position looks like. This is all the way deep within the intervention. Oh, that was the wrong play button. Excuse me? Posture. Well, that's not helpful. Point. And it is 0, 0. Why has it become 0, 0? Something in between has cobbled this. So when it gets to here, DD, can't use DD, I don't have that. Let's just see what X and Y look like. They should be correct. 10, yeah, minus 43, 40, that's correct. Right. And then when that's creating that point object there and passing it to a rectangle factory. The rectangle factory, we should be able to ignore this thing because we're passing in a rectangle object. It's not an init function. This is a rectangle, not an init function. So it's not doing this. We're just passing the init straight along. So we're not calling that because it's not callable. It shouldn't have to do any of these things. Oh no, it is callable. What the hell? I think, I don't know. Rectangle, and then we call that, yeah, so it's making a callable out. It's super weird. The rectangle's invocable? Invoke? No. So I passed a rectangle into here. I've set it to the rectangle. Then this class, this rectangle factory is invoked, which returns the rectangle. Fine. And passes it to the draw rectangle modifier, which is a placeholder, which just calls the modify. Yeah, just calls modifier on the image and passes it the modifier. And the modify method calls the modifier, and the modifier finds out which one is the right driver, and it calls the right modifier for that driver, which is this one. There's nothing in that process which resets the point, the position. So there's something about position here. Drawable position. I bet we've just hit upon, there's like some, it just happens to be calling this position method, and I've got a position method on my box. I think is what might be going on. But the weird thing there is that should error, right? Because that's not good. What's the drawable? What is the drawable? I bet this comes out 1,000,000 times. It's the rectangle. But it's, ignore points, it's not points. It doesn't have position. I mean, clearly it does, but saying it's a point interface, so it's a, but that's not right, is it? Where does that happen? Rectangle is a drawable, and it extends a polygon, so it's probably going to be in the polygon somewhere. Ah, pivot. So should I be setting the pivot? That's maybe what it is. I feel like that's strange because I'm quite explicitly telling intervention where I want to draw this thing, but then it's still going and getting the position from somewhere else. So if I set, basically what that means is here, I could set the pivot to the anchor. No, not the anchor. The anchor is the position enum thing. I could set the, this is too early. I can't set it here. I need to set it when I am, rendering, when I'm trying to render. When I'm rendering my box. No, it should be in here, actually. But I can't set the pivot there when I'm calling that. I mean, the only thing that I can think to do is say this box set pivot, and then this is where I get this anchor offset for the one that I've defined what it should be. That causes an error. Well, okay, maybe now it does because the image is different, right? So it's not an error in code error, there's a difference. Yeah, it's still only one error, which is the GitHub one, so maybe it's rendered a different thing now. Okay, so it's rendered it at 50/50 by the look of it. Why? Why? Why are you not respecting me and my positioning? So, fine. That means I need to say a new point and minus on that. And then that's not going to be right in every case. But say new point minus x and minus this anchor offset y, which feels very strange. I should get rid of some of those var dumps now. Anyway, that's kind of right-ish, but it's not, because that's just origined at the top, and that's because I can't just use the position that I've set. I've got to... Why did that jump around? I need to calculate position. Yes, it's just stupid. Like, why would it get me to do it here and do it again there? I don't know. Well, I'm going to extract all of this to a nice variable. So I'm going to say position equals calculate position, and then I can do new point. No, I don't even need to do a point on that one. I can just do position, and then because this silly method needs it and doesn't use it for some reason, I'm going to do position x and position y, and then maybe now. I still get rid of the var dump stuff. Ta-da! Okay. Wow. We've spent a long time doing just this. This did not go as I planned. I still said there's some things we're going to move on to. Have you got time? Do you want to carry on with something else? Because I'm not going to carry on with this now that I've sort of solved that problem. I think the only thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to fix this up so that we can run the tests. That's the only thing that I want to do to this. Anchor to bottom left, and I can just call anchor on that one. I just want the default anchor and anchor on this one. Excuse me, what else have I got? Okay, this one, which is not quite right. In fact, this leads us back to kind of where we started. Hopefully. Which is back in the 2-up layout, the one that I'm trying to create, the new one. Because this is a similar problem to that. So we started with, where's it gone? This one, wasn't it? So when we've got a URL to align to, I want it to be the bottom left, and then when it's not that, I wanted it to be the middle top and relative, and it should be all nice and sort of sexy. Which this should do now, so we should see that come out. But this is kind of the same problem in a different guise. So I'm going to put that one in here and set that the same. But I don't want that to be middle top of the mount area. I want it to be top left of the mount area. And I don't need to move X. In that case, actually, this one is simpler because I can just say the Y by default for everything. But I think it's clearer if it's separate. So we move Y20 there, we move Y20 there. It's always 20 away from whatever. Maybe it shouldn't be if it's relative to that though. Where does the URL sit on this one? The URL sits, which was the URL? 20 away from the top. Yeah, no, I'm kind of happy to leave it. Leave it at 20. Fine, so that should clean that one up. And do we have anything else in here that's not quite right? I mean, there's probably loads of stuff that's not quite right. We haven't really stressed tested the whole thing. It's where these tests are sort of coming in handy, because I can just create whole new examples that I want to try really, really quickly. It's not there. Where have I got these dumps going? Where did I put them? Not in here. In interface. I don't know. That's interesting. I've definitely got some var dumps hanging around. Let's see. They're not in, they're in library code. This is why you shouldn't mess with library code. Did I I leave any in here? Did I leave any in here? No. Okay, maybe that's it now. Maybe that's all of it. Yeah, okay. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 images it can generate in 3 seconds. That's not bad. It's about 300 milliseconds each. And that means, no, it's a bit more than that. 350. Just less than 350 milliseconds each. And that's with a couple of them, I think 2 or 3 of them going to an external service. So if you've got local images, this can render images very, very quickly. As in local images that you're placing on the canvas. This is now correct. Whoopee! I can use this test frame as a playground for things, which is good. And the 2-up one that I've been faffing with, still not quite right, but we can fix that. I do want to fix this one, actually, because where is my test? 2-up layout. I don't know how to do a right arrow properly. This needs to get better, a lot better, but we'll do that. The position of the call to action, which is, where's that feature? Here, is not quite right still. This should be the bottom right. It's still not working. Of the mount area and the bottom right of the text box aligning. That's a good question. I think I've tried emojis actually. We can do it. Let's do it so everybody sees. Everybody being you and me, Adrian. Arrow. 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 Let's do. Oh, let's pick a sensible one. Oh, maybe that emoji's turned to the right Unicode character to actually make it work though. Should get one change. Yeah. Great suggestion. That one works because it's like acceptable. But I think if we do one of the more emojis, let's do that one. It's not going to render anything because I don't think iMagick can really handle that very well. Although it says it's different now. Yeah, it's not there. Okay, so I'm going to put that back to the arrow that it was because I like that one. Thank you, that was a good suggestion. And what else is going on? We need, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't try and fix this problem as well at the same time because we have just been going on and on and on about this and I didn't want to stick around on this problem for this long. The bottom right of this box is not aligned to the bottom right of the mount area, which still suggests that something's wrong, but quite what is wrong yet, I don't know. Close all of these now because they're all fixed. It's a shame. Let's see. Okay, so there's still a bunch of issues. So although the tests are all passing, that's just because it's comparing one image to the next. These titles and things are off. Everything's off. So I do need to go through that a bit more. Okay. Let's move on. Let's get back to this. Maybe we should take a break before we jump into this. I need to wet my whistle and probably also use the bathroom. That would be useful. Give me, I don't know. What should we do? 5 minutes? Less than 5 minutes? Maybe I can do 3 minutes, and I'll be back. Is that all right? Yeah, all right. I'm back. Let's go here. Hi. So, what should we do? Adrian's mentioned about emojis. Let's have a look. What's that? You need to add the font that supports emojis or patch your default font to include emojis. Yeah, I don't know. The font that I'm using should support emojis, is my understanding. But I think there's something else. I think it's something like, does iMagick support emojis? I don't know. Emoji support. Like, how does it choose to render them at the end of the day? Like, it's got to have a... Yeah, it's a font that's going to turn the Unicode character into a given graphic. I can't think of the right word. But and then the pixels get rendered to the canvas. And but I don't think by default most fonts actually have that. They rely on the system to go, oh, that's the Unicode character for this emoji. Here's our emoji font. Here's your emoji. So otherwise, everybody who made a font would have to be drawing emojis or using a specific one. Yeah, exactly. So, okay, emoji support, not going to be there, but it can come later. I don't, it doesn't need to be a V1 thing. There's enough of standard Unicode characters, I think, that most fonts will support for that. And the one that I'm using, Inter, is obviously it's got enough for that arrow that I was trying to do. But there's other things that we could do as well. I was using the HTML entity, and we could do something to convert HTML entities into Unicode characters, and blah 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 blah. But we won't go down there. What we're going to do, right? So the change of focus. If everybody wants to, say everybody who's here, don't know, there's a couple of you. We're going to go to NativePHP, and I said I was going to talk about a few things, and I don't want to talk for too long about these things because we've already spent a couple of hours now faffing around with other things. So what do I want to go to? Let's go to this again, and I want to talk about, I can get rid of those, static PHP CLI. So this is I mentioned this at the beginning. What did I say? I said I was going to talk about some of this stuff. So without going into too much detail, this is the library that we use to build a statically linked version of PHP. So that gets us a single executable PHP that includes built into it all of the extensions that are needed to run certain applications. So you need PDO with SQLite. This can build that in. So you've got PDO with SQLite built into a single executable for PHP now. And then what happened was, I think Marcel found this one or an adjacent library to this one a few years ago, sort of mentioned it in passing and was trying some other stuff out, and I'd kept it tabbed, probably as an open tab somewhere, forever, lying around forever waiting for me to come back and pick it up. I can't remember why. I was toying around with the idea again. I remembered that Marcel had kind of tweeted about it or something, and then I was like digging it out. And I came back to this package because someone suggested that somebody look at it because this was what was being used for something. And it was in a really bad state. It was like a bunch of hacky bash scripts that were not really, they're sort of hastily thrown together, sort of working, but didn't have a lot of support for lots of different things. And yeah, just needed help. And as it turned, it wasn't me to be the one to help out, because I just don't know anything about this stuff, honestly. I don't know where I would begin kind of trying to build PHP statically. But there's this very, very, very smart person called Jerry who runs this now, Crazy Whale CC, who took it seemingly upon himself. I say himself, I think he would say himself, but took it upon themselves to refactor this whole thing. It's now V2, and I think when I saw it, it was not even, like, there was a beta. This sounds strange even calling it a beta, but it was just, there was nothing, it was not cohesive in any way, and Jerry came in and sort of sorted it all out and decided to build it in PHP instead of just being a bunch of bash scripts. So now you've got this PHP tool that PHP developers can install using what they are used to using with PHP. So this is like you can download this, or I can't remember how I installed it, but basically once you've got it, then you can run its PHP based scripts to go and build other versions of PHP. So this is why it's called static PHP CLI. It's a CLI that's written in PHP, and it helps you go and build PHP executables. You can only, there's no sort of cross compilation or anything, so you can only build for the platform that you're on. It includes a bunch of things. It's got FPM now. It's being used by FrankenPHP because it's got bindings, various bits and pieces in place that support that, which is really cool. And when basically NativePHP kind of started, because I pulled a version of this and managed to get the packages that sort of Laravel needs working, I say packages, extensions that Laravel needs, bundled and working into into the static PHP build. And that was all thanks to Jerry. I was just messaging Jerry, you know, he's Chinese, they are Chinese, and a lot of the issues in here are in Chinese. So I was like doing translate on a load of things and trying to work out what's going on, and then messaging in English and hoping that, you know, they'd be comfortable replying in English, or, you know, replying in some form, and then we'd be able to work it out. And we did, and that was great. It was amazing. And that's when I put my first kind of demo together of putting a PHP executable inside of a Tauri application and trying to run PHP in that context, and it worked. And that's when everything went a bit crazy around NativePHP. So that's cool. And now it's got stuff for Windows coming, which has been on the list since the beginning, for obvious reasons. Everybody wants Windows, don't they? I can't see anything here that is, maybe it's a pull request. No, we looked at that a moment ago. I'm looking for the thing that says glaringly, this is the work in progress thing for Windows. I can't see it. So I'm guessing that's happening in the background, but I saw a tweet about it the other day. So we can have a look at Twitter and see what's going on there. I tweet too much, clearly, because I can't even remember where it was. Well, it wasn't last week. That was last week already, isn't it? Yeah. I definitely retweeted it. Or at least I thought I did. Maybe I just bookmarked it. No, I definitely tweeted something NativePHP Windows. Aha, here it is. Okay, so maybe there's not references to anything within the library at the moment, within GitHub. Yeah, I can't see anything there. But so this is what's exciting about this for me at the moment, because the potential here now is that we would have full support, and I think this is going to happen this year. And you know, I'm kind of keen to help Jerry and whoever else is working on this to make it come to fruition. The only problem I don't have a Windows machine at all that I can use to test this stuff out. But this looks like at least some version has been built and works, which is freaking cool if that's true, because this is the beginning of full support for native PHP. Once we've got a version of this that builds reliably and works with Laravel, then native PHP support will be across the board, which is really cool. So that's that. That's what I'm excited about there, and I'm not going to talk any more about this. We'll go to this problem. So last week I went down I don't know how to do this, I'm going to try and figure out how to do this. We ended up doing a lot of that on stream, which was probably really boring for everyone. And the whole thing that we were looking at is this massive Rust file, which's got a lot of dead weight in it from previous iterations of trying to do this with a web server, and we're trying to do it without a web server and do something a little bit interesting and, maybe foolhardy. Don't know what the answer is, but it feels like it's worth trying. So I'm exploring it, and I'm bumping up against problems as you'd expect, but making little notches of progress along the way. And I'm just showing you this so I can show you where we got to last week, or in the meantime from last week. So the thing that I was trying to do was figure out, is there something in Tauri that lets me hook into the browser's process of making a request and receiving a response? And the answer is yes, but I couldn't find it on Friday during streaming. But I did find it in the intervening time, so between then and now. And it turns out that it's this URI scheme protocols thing. So Tauri basically lets you define which protocols you would like to respond to within the browser environment that it loads up. And so instead of HTTP or HTTPS, which are just protocols and they just have sensible defaults, like when you use HTTP it will default to try and port 80, and when you use HTTPS it will default to try and port 443, and it will do a bunch of expectation setting about what headers to send and receive, and things to encrypt and decrypt and whatnot. That the browsers all have by default and agree on as like standards. But when you're effectively creating your own browser, which is essentially what's happening when you're using Tauri and Electron and others like it, you should have control, like they're saying, effectively you should have control of that. You can decide what your own protocols are and how they should operate. And so this is exactly what we're talking about. This is what I want to happen. I want my browser to go to a URL that uses a specific protocol, and that protocol to do something else, not just assume that it can go and hit a web server and get a web server response from that. And the thing that it's got to be able to do, though, is to create a HTML. Well, it's got to create something that is like a HTTP response the browser can interpret. So it needs to be a HTML document at the base level, but also with some useful headers and things. So it's going to look like a HTTP response that goes back. And that is exactly what this register URI scheme protocol hook does. In a normal Tauri application, you can just lock that into the Tauri builder, and you can only really call this once in the application's lifecycle. And this is where I bumped into some problems because I'm trying to do this in a plugin, but we'll come back to that later. But you can call this, and then you can run some code and return the response and it should work. Right. This wasn't working for lots of reasons, but it came back down to ultimately the complexity that I've created by trying to be too smart. Don't be too smart. Don't try and be too smart. The complexity that I've created in thinking that I need like this plugin that I create myself. So I don't want to get too much into this, but in Tauri, when you're creating a plugin, there are two ways of doing it, at least two ways that they sort of document. One is they have a builder, which is what we'll look at in a second. And then the other one is that you can build the plugin yourself. That sounds strange because you're building the plugin yourself either way, but it means you're building the struct and you're building the implementation for the plugin, or you're letting the builder do it. Well, and they encourage you to let the builder do it because it's got wider support and it's more active, whatever. But there's obviously not a lot of people doing this kind of stuff at the moment in Tauri because no one has any answers to the questions I'm asking. So that's making it sort of difficult. It also means that I can't use things like Stack Overflow and ChatGPT because it doesn't really have there's no knowledge out there about this, which is making it challenging. But we'll get onto that in a second as well. So anyway, we move away from this really messy and complicated setup of the plugin, from setting it up ourselves, or me setting it up myself, to using the builder. And then that means that I don't have to call, or rather, not that I don't have to call, but that I can't call this here really. This doesn't work. So it works, but it doesn't do anything because it's in the wrong place. Because now I've got a separate application built within my application that only responds to this PHP protocol and nothing calls it. So that's pointless there. What I need is to say to the plugin builder, register the scheme protocol for the application, and the plugin builder will handle it. And it does. Let's have a look. So to do the plugin with the builder, all you have to have is, we don't even need this struct, we just need an init function. So we have our plugin in the right place with where is the bundle plugin? So the plugin with its cargo tunnel and the librs, what we were looking at last week. But then all that needs to be, rather than impls and structs, is just this init function. And the init function just needs to return the right type, and then you're going to get your application with your plugin. What's happening here is this is a plugin builder, which is different from the Tauri builder, because we're in Tauri plugin builder, right? No, this is all really complicated. I haven't switched to it yet, but I've got the IDE that JetBrains have been building for Rust, so I'm going to give that a go at some point. We're not going to do that now, and hopefully that's a little bit better to read, because this is a mess trying to do this in Sublime. So we've got a plugin builder, and we call new on it. So the new method, is it a method? Is it a function? I don't know. It's a static function call on the builder, and give it the name. So I'm calling it NativePHP, which makes sense, right? That doesn't matter, it's just a string. So we just give it a name, we've registered our function, and then we can call this hook function, the register URI scheme protocol, and then we pass it a callback and do all the things that we want to do. Cool. Let's see that in some kind of action. I'm going to get rid of all of that for a second. I'm going to do let content equal maybe this will work. I don't know. we'll see. Oh, actually, I need to undo this a little bit because I got into a bit of a state. Yeah. Let's go back to that. Hello, hello, hello world. Don't really need to be all of that, but it is what it is. And this throws the weird Rust whatever processor that I've got going on in here to give me this hints in Sublime is not very good. Like, it's throwing errors about this, which isn't true, throwing errors about that, which isn't true. So that's a bit of a stumbling block straight away. But we can build this. Hopefully it'll build and run and whatnot. And what we should see is, well, actually, I don't even know if I'm going to the page. So what we'll see at the moment is a blank page. But it'll be a starting point to prove that things work. The next step is to do something fun. So we'll do something fun. It's gonna build. Don't know. It's just hanging. I love compiled languages. Who knows? I've got no clue what's going on now. It's just sitting there. Great. Let's stop that. Why would that be hanging? Maybe it has built and it's because I'm doing nothing. There's no window. Right, so that makes sense. We need to open a window. We can do that in setup, I think. Let's do... I'm going to borrow some of this. I don't need all of that. I just need to do a window builder. So setup, and I think it gives me... I've probably got this open somewhere. Yeah, switch to that tab. Right, here, app handle. So I need to pass a callback to setup, and it receives the app handle, and in there I can do my window builder, and I just need to return OK. Okay. And the bit that I want to do, the other bit is to build. I need to build my window builder. Build my window. And the thing that I want to focus on, I need where's window builder? Window builder. Tauri window builder. Let's take that. Tauri window builder. Cool. And then the thing that I want to do is inside this. That's interesting. That still worked. My OBS app on my iPad has crashed. But you can still see me, right? And hear me. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, that's fine. It's just picked right up, back up. It's got nothing to do with it. Well, yeah, we don't need to do anything special here. We could do. I don't know if I can do it, actually. Let's just do some of this. I don't know if method is... I don't have method, do I? Oh, it doesn't have debug. What do I do here for just echoing out some stuff? I don't know. Maybe I can just do debug. No. Oh, I can't remember. I don't remember how to debug output. Print line. That's probably enough. Yeah, there's no such thing. You're absolutely right. So I can just do request.uri, I think. Oh yeah, that's not a function. And I can get rid of method. I'll get rid of method. We don't need that. Ooh, no. Okay, maybe that's okay. And then here, this can be app handle. So just to give like some explanation of what's going on in my head. What I'm doing is building a window, and I am telling it to go to a URL that starts with our protocol PHP. So when the window loads that URL, which it will try and do, should try and do, this callback here, this whole method that I've got, should be executed, and the response from this should be played back to the browser, like the web view. So we should just see hello world for every single kind of request, and we've just got this one to something, and it has to be this, right? It has to be something like this. We have to have a host name that, you know, something that the engine can evaluate correctly as a kind of URL. So this doesn't specifically matter what it is. I get to choose how to handle that by my protocol handler, which is the callback. But for now, localhost is fine. I might come up with something more appropriate in later times. Let's see if this will build and show us a window and go to the right thing. Because basically, if this does do what I've been promised that it does do, this is fundamentally the right thing to be using, and then we're onto the right track. Okay, it's not going to compile because Trait Manager is not implemented for app handle. I can't use a window builder inside the setup. Okay. Here's a window builder new. Oh man, this is crazy stuff. Like, it seems to suggest that I can do that. Tauri window builder. It's just Tauri window builder, not window builder. So many conflicting classes as well. This is, or whatever, structs, whatever they're called, structs. Yeah. And there doesn't seem to be any consensus in Rust, at least from the stuff that I see, of like, should you import or should you use the full, fully qualified name in your code? I don't know. Oh, what's going on here now? That's still not right. So this trait manager is not implemented for app handle. So I can't pass app handle like that. Can I clone it? Let's see. And this is how my life goes with Rust, basically, is I just stab at doing things because I don't really understand expected. So it wants a reference. That's what this means. It wants it to be a reference. But then I'm just cloning the app handle and giving it a reference to my clone. I don't think manage is going to be enough. What did it say about clone? It said try removing the method call. Yeah. I don't know where manager comes into this. Manager is the app, right? Manager is the application that's managing the window. Well, maybe we got the right set of things this time because we didn't have an error. Yay! Solving problems by pure brute force, dumb blah blah blah. But it hasn't opened a window, so it's compiled it, but we've got no window because the manager is a clone and it's not the application that we're using. That's why it should be that app handle. Why? Why does that not work? So this is the right thing to be doing. We just do a new it doesn't want, wait. Consider removing the leading reference. Yeah, well, when I do that, then you say, this is expecting a reference. I think ultimately, now, just to make some progress, we might have to go down a completely different path, like all the way back to basics. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I missed something. It's still not opening a window. That's crazy. Okay, let's forget let's do a slightly simpler version of this. Ooh, I've got to get used to my different keyboard shortcuts. Let's go to, yeah, this one. And I think, what object is that? Tauri. Is it on the Tauri one? I do a window. Runtime window, static window, Tauri windows. Right, let's just take one of these and see if we can get this to work. Whoa, that's in the wrong place. Here we go. Get rid of that. And label. I don't know what a label is. Main. native PHP, and we're going to do PHP, we're going to put our thing here like that. And actually, to be fair, maybe this is the right way to do it, because I don't know if I need it to be, well, I say that, it's not. I do need it to be a dynamic window, because what I want to do, ultimately, is I want to call into PHP to get the setup for the window. So I let the Laravel developer decide. But it works. This is actually the first time that I've seen this working, right? And this is really exciting. It proves that this is the right way to do it, but we'll go on to the problems with it in a second. Did we get our print line? Yes. So we could see the request was being handled by our handler, and we got the output printed to the browser. Perfect. And if we inspect, yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that it can't do when you've hard coded the window config into the Tauri conf JSON. But we'll talk about that in a second. This is it. This is perfect. What this means now is I can take HTML output from some PHP process, which we looked at last week, and just output it straight to the browser. It doesn't need to go through a web server. So this can be done. This is very cool. I say it can be done. I've got the process that does it. Let's remind ourselves we can do this. Right. We go to, we're in Tauri demo, so we can do PHP artisan, and I want native request get, and I'm just going to do slash. That's it. This gives me, not necessarily in the format that I want, but the headers, the response headers, and the response document. That's everything that I need. And okay, there'll be things in here that need to change, that need to be adapted to work in the way that we're working, because we're not using HTTP slash blah 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 to make this work. We're using PHP ... colon / / So, you know, there are going to be, but that's trivial. Ultimately, I can do all of that in PHP somewhere, somehow. We can modify things so that these, wherever this is coming from, looks right. And we'll get to that point. But the problem is, if I change this, so instead of hard coding the hello world response, this should all be the same, right? It's a string. I've got a string coming out, but we'll see. I'm going to move this to the top so you can see it working still, hopefully. Maybe it won't compile at all though. Content is to call the command that we've just called, right? So we're using the PHP sidecar. We're giving it some environment stuff, which is just, we don't need to do any of that at the moment really, because I'm just trying stuff out, but this was, I'm skipping ahead. We pass it the method, which I've just hard coded to get, but that will have to change and be dynamic somehow. I don't know how we get that from the data that this gives us. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Maybe we can see that. Maybe we can do, I should look at documentation. I don't even know where the documentation is. I'm going to assume that it's going to be something like method. So we'll see. And then what I need to do is turn the blah 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 turn the output, we can get rid of that, I don't need that. Split it basically into, we don't need this bit either, that's the dynamic bit that's going to come later. We split it so we get rid of the headers, because I just want the HTML part. So I'm saying headers become headers, content becomes content. And the strip headers function is here. It takes the string, it is a string of the output, and just does a split, basically. This is a really messy thing to do that. And it should be better than this. Like, we can't just split based on a bunch of new lines. But whatever, this works for now. So if I save that, maybe we're going to get some other errors. Cannot find value output, that's because I changed it to content, that's not correct. Let's do output. Maybe this is already too many steps to try and do. I don't know. No kind of majorly significant warnings here from the sort of pre-compilation checks. This is the wrong window. You can stop this and restart it, and then let's see what happens. Because this is, I think this is going to bump into what I've been bumping into the whole time. Which is, when it runs a sidecar, it's something in Rust takes a different context. Yeah. And it doesn't like it, basically, inside of the plugin context. I don't know if it is just in the plugin context, but in the context of the callback. So what it's saying is the init function should return a Tauri plugin which contains a runtime of type R, which is just the generic reference to runtime. So I think runtime here is the specific type that it's returning. Okay? Now, remember, like when we did the build, so let's work out what does that return actually. So Tauri plugin R, what does it return? It finishes on build, there's no semicolon, right? So whatever build returns, the plugin builder's build method returns is no different. It shouldn't be any different, in my opinion. We've just seen it build and work. We haven't changed the builder itself. But what's happening is completely obscured to me. The type that the builder returns is now different. It's returning this Rye runtime and not whatever runtime is. And so now the type that I'm saying is going to be returned is not the type that's being returned. So it's still a Tauri plugin, but it's now got this funny runtime, Rye runtime type with some event loop mess. You know, like there's something else going. First of all, I think it's super strange that I am instructed in the documentation to give it this type. When I do something in my plugin, the type can be something else that is not documented. Just give me good documentation, please. Now, let's have a look at the V2 documentation and see if there's anything there about this. I don't think so, because this is all different. It's V2 for a reason. It's all broken. I don't even know where it is. Plugin development. And I don't want to look at this. We looked at this last week and it was so different. Something, you know, things weren't available and everything, but hey. Okay, this is kind of interesting. It is different, but it's quite similar, really. It's basically saying it's the same. So they haven't really handled that. They haven't documented here still that you can do this. This was a new addition, that a plugin could register a protocol like this. But it's not documented. Even in V2 stuff. Well, I'm not using V2 here, but you know, just trying to see where I can get some inspiration. And yeah, I really don't know. So the other path, to take it all the way back, basically, and instead of trying to do this in a plugin, we just do it on a Tauri application. Where's my... Essay, you're here. Sorry, I've not had the chat up on the top. Thanks for the congrats. Yeah, some success. Are you going to have to rewrite all the links with a middleware or something? Well, yeah, probably. I think that is where it's going to get to, is we're going to have to say, this is the protocol that you should be using, Laravel. Stop trying to use HTTP, use this PHP instead. Which I don't think is going to be that difficult, honestly. I think it's just that there might be some unexpected places where HTTP or HTTPS still tries to creep out, just because that's the context that it was built for. But we'll get around all of those eventually. I don't have any issue with that at all. I think, so let's just jump back to this for a second. This bit is, now I'm thinking, well, instead of trying to do it in a plugin, because that just seems to be creating all sorts of problems, what if we just take this and we try and do it at the application level? So where is the application level? The application level is in a Tauri driver, and it's this super basic one. So instead of the plugin, let's just do this stuff here, right? And then what do I need? I need probably all of this for now. Or maybe not all of that. Some of it's going to be strange. Might even clash. Probably don't need those. Yeah, they're not being used. Hash map command. I don't think any of those are being used. I mean, I've definitely got that one already. Definitely got that one as well. Okay, so that's those bits, and then the strip headers function, and I don't think there's anything else. Oh, I don't know why these files have got two spaces. Look. That's gross. Fine. So I just need to grab that function again and move it here. I don't know even if that's right, but maybe this will do. Maybe this will work this time. So I've gone from super complex plugin with web servers and stuff to simplified plugin. Still didn't work. And now I've gone all the way back to the surface level. I'm just doing this directly in my application, as if I was building a single Tauri application and not building this. No, and it still doesn't work. Right, so I've got to solve this. I mean, that's good in a way, because it means that I can see that it's the same behavior in the plugin as it is for the application proper. So I'm kind of comfortable with it being in the plugin and keeping the application simple, because the thing is, what I don't like the idea of using the Tauri build, the kind of application that you as the developer get, because you might make changes to that, you might want to make changes to that, and then littering that with all a bunch of native PHP stuff just feels like it makes that really complicated. And I think there'll be nicer ways to handle that for people who really want to dive into all the Rust stuff. So don't need any of those. This is all your application should be in Tauri for a native PHP application. You just pull in the plugin and it works. And you don't have to do anything else if you don't want to. That's where I want it to get to, which is a stretch goal. But I think we're already kind of well enough along on the way to make that possible. What's this saying there? This type parameter expected R because of return type, but Tauri plugin Rai. Well, it's okay. For some reason now this is updated what it says. Fine. Oh, I wanted to get rid of that window. Yeah, well, I need to figure out the window builder thing, because that's a different problem. So, why, Rai is, it kind of, I don't really know what this error means. What does this mean I should do? It's just saying, we expected a Tauri plugin R and we found a Tauri plugin, Tauri runtime Rai. Right? So I'm looking at that, I'm going, this is a generic type. So I'm returning a Tauri plugin that contains a Tauri runtime Rai. And the Tauri runtime Rai is the thing that I'm returning from the function. Right? It's like something wraps this thing, whatever comes out of the build function, in a Tauri plugin, and then it ultimately gets returned somehow, which is fine. So in theory, I should just be able to change this to the Rai type so that they match. So I should be able to take this Tauri runtime Rai event loop message, whatever that means, wherever that's coming from. And so it's not that one, it's the Tauri runtime Rai. Tauri runtime Rai use. Okay, so that's my type, and then I go Rai because that's where I think the type goes, because I think that runtime was the type, could be wrong. It says R. R is the reference for the type. So is that the type? Who knows? Should still be R? I don't know. And then it's saying that should be a Rai event loop message. So it itself is a generic type. I don't know where event loop message comes from, but I'm just going to be really naive and say that. No, I can't do that. This is incorrect syntax for Rust. No, I've missed something. Okay, expected trait found struct. So Rai is a struct, not a trait, whatever a trait is. Why is it a trait? Don't know. It's not a type. It's not telling me it's a type. It's using a trait. It's expecting a trait. And the type is R? No, that doesn't feel right either. What does this mean? What does init R blah blah, what was it, runtime? I'm going to take that out. Let's put that back to runtime. Right, let's go ChatGPT. New chat. What does fun init R runtime Tauri plugin R? Was it? Yeah, well, I'm missing the parentheses. Mean in Rust. Yeah, it's the name of the function. This is a generic type parameter with a trait bound R. With a trait bound. I don't know what that is. R is a generic type that must implement the runtime trait. Okay, that's interesting. So it's kind of like an interface. It's saying R is a generic type that must implement the runtime trait. So, okay, we'll come back to that. Now is the init function to work with any type that conforms to the runtime interface, making it flexible and adaptable to different runtimes. Well, that makes sense. We've got a different runtime, but it's not working. So it's not that adaptable. This indicates the return type of the function. The function returns an instance of Tauri plugin parameterized with the same generic type R. Is a type that represents a plugin, and by being generic over R, it can be tailored to the specific runtime environment being used. So, what if I want to... No, it's not what if I want to. What if the type being returned from the function isn't a Tauri plugin R, but a Tauri plugin, what was it? Tauri runtime Rai? Where did it say that? Tauri runtime Rai. What should I change the return type to? If the function is specifically parameterized, blah, 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 then you need to adjust the return type in the function signature to reflect this. Yes. The generic type is removed because you're no longer using a generic type. Okay, that's interesting. So this I can get rid of. I can say it's not generic anymore, and this I should be able to do, give me a Rai event loop message. No, cannot find event loop message in this scope. So what's event loops? Tauri event loop message. This is just generic, like passing events between. The event loop message is not Tauri, it's a Rust thing, I think. No references to the thing that I've actually searched for. You've done it again, Google. Oh, right, okay. It's because that was me. That was my fault. Oh look, somebody's bumped into this, and they've doesn't work with Tauri 2. That was over a year ago. Okay. It's not satisfied. Blah blah blah. Documentation. It should be Tauri plugin builder default build. Adding the build makes it work. No, that doesn't. Install plugins doesn't actually work on Android. Blah blah blah. Closed by accident. Okay, that's different. Your app and the plugin are depending on the Tauri crate, but as one depends on 2, one depends on 1.2. Well, that's not the problem that I've got. No, so I'm closing. Well, that didn't help. Tauri app. What? It gets the scope for the shell execute API. Trait implementations. Write event loop message. Write event loop message. Oh, it is a Tauri thing, right? So it's just I need to Tauri. So where's my Tauri one? Let's go to the top. Event loop message. Medage. See if that. It stopped complaining. Honestly, I don't believe that this can work because I'm just stabby at the problem, and there's no way to solve problems. I know it is. It's a fine way, except not for where I think I am in my programming. Yeah, this isn't right. The trait bound write event loop message Tauri runtime event loop message is not satisfied. Trait is not implemented. This doesn't even make sense. There's all these references to Tauri runtime. The trait Tauri runtime event loop message is not implemented for write event loop message. And then trait impl with same name found. So, am I on the right track or no? No, I don't think I am. But if I do, again, stabby, let's just try importing, rather than the Tauri runtime ry, we'll import the and then that's when this one says, okay, this type alias, ry, doesn't take generics. All right, well, let's get rid of the generic. Let's just say it's a ry trait. Ry not. It's still not going to work. I have no faith. Someone solved it. So this is the other thing. I created, this is, where are we? The Tauri Discord, and I've created a topic in the forum, like trying to express my problem. and I've got to, that's fixable. Oh, it's built. It's worked. In some return type, you'll have to specify Tauri Rai as a type instead of R from runtime. Some return type. Yeah. I'm actually really happy about this. It's worked. Gosh. Interesting. We figured it out together. You all helped. Even though you didn't say anything about the Rust code. So it's worked. Right, stretch for 10 minutes. Can we get it to build the window for us? Oh man, I'm actually super happy about that. Let's go get rid of this window. I think this is gonna... So it turned out that what I was doing before, because I was assuming a lot of things, was that I needed to leave the generic trait bound on the function call, but that was just causing problems because then the types weren't matching up with what was coming into the function. No, what was expected to come out of the function versus what I was explicitly saying was coming out of the function. And now I've dropped the trait bound and I'm just saying you're getting a Tauri plugin with a Rai application or a Rai trait or whatever that is. And I needed to pick the right Rai, and it's the Tauri Rai, which is what was said here, but this wasn't clear enough for me to say this is what I need to do. And this is what I find with systems development. Maybe this is a super generalization. I'm seeing it a lot in this forum where people just go, oh yeah, you need to do something. It's like, yeah, give me specifics. Okay, goodbye. Anyway, no, this is helpful. This person has been very helpful. Ultimately, this is the right answer. And it's exactly what the compiler is telling me is wrong. But I just don't know how to solve that. Which is why it's taking me so long. Anyway, this doesn't build Windows. Why doesn't it build Windows? Tauri plugin window builder. Windows and web views. How did I build it in the old window? That's interesting. I had to do it in a thread. Why did I have to do it in a thread? I don't know. I wonder if I need to do that here as well. It feels super weird to have to do that though, honestly. What am I doing? It was a reference to handle. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't need it to be a reference. I think that's just because I was using handle afterwards, or hoping to. This might come in useful at some point, but we don't need to talk about that right now. That was the path that I went down last week to try and figure this out. But it turns out on web resource request is not request for any web resource, it's just for assets. So this is a misnomer. I like Tauri because it sounds good. I like Tauri because it's using Rust and it's fast and all of those things. I dislike it because it's poor documentation and they've really not thought about the naming of things. I mean, that's how it feels to me. Like, stuff just doesn't make sense. Maybe that will come out. Closing delimiter possibly meant for this. No. Oh, because I forgot that one. Fine. Let's try building that now. I don't know why putting it in a thread makes a difference, but it seemed to in the previous kind of more complex version. I think it doesn't like building the... Yeah, okay, that doesn't like that either. Expected and found. Now it expects it to be a reference. Expected reference found struct. Let's make it a reference. Oh, what was that other one? Func new. Oh no, that's reference the same problem. Okay. Ooh, I feel like we might be getting closer to... If this works, we're going to wrap it up. And we'll have beaten our 10-minute target. It's building, but is it going to open a window? The answer is... It did. Is it going to render the right URL? It did. Oh my gosh. And it even got another request for a get livewire. Sheesh. I don't even know what that will respond with. And the method is correct. So I can, we're making progress now. Hello. This can be request.method. Fine. This could be kind of interesting. Yeah, so what? That suggests that somehow it made the right URL mapping already. I don't believe that for a second. I think it might just be a... Oh no, it can't compile method. Request method. What? It's there. It worked up here. Oh, it's because print line's doing something, or format's doing something magical. Into, no, to, what's it say? Expected reference. So I think I can do toStr. And then what were the other ones that I did? Oh, I don't remember. There. No. There is a method with a similar name, Astra. This is all just Rust craziness now. I mean, part of this is like I don't understand the ecosystem well enough to know where to look when I'm trying to figure out which thing it is that I should be using. And I should be doing that. But I'm just like banging my head into those different things. Okay. That was too ambitious. I don't think it's actually loaded the JavaScript. That's the issue there. We've probably got a bunch of errors. Has invalid href. Interesting. Can't find livewire. Yeah, that's because my Laravel application has returned a 404 page for a JavaScript file. That's kind of okay. What did it actually do? PHP localhost vendor. You know, I could... I'm basically writing a web server in PHP at this point. But it's not, because it's not an application that's running. This is the thing, like, it's not a web server application that's just sat there waiting for requests to come in. We're booting up our whole PHP stack every time, which is also a little bit wasteful. Potentially there's a way to improve that. But if I can just get it to handle other requests, I'm basically making PHP handle itself. This is fun. This is working. I can't believe it's working. Oh man, it's not fully working, but it's getting there. Can it be like an Octane plugin? Yeah. So Octane could definitely run over the top of this, and that would make it faster. You know, like after the first boot up. But then the Laravel developers got to think about the fact that you're in an Octane context and you've got all of these things that don't work quite the same because they live for a long time rather than fresh requests. I kind of like the fresh requests approach for this because it's somewhat simpler. But if you really needed the performance, the benefit of knowing that your PHP so the application is still being held in memory somewhere. I mean, the only thing with that is I don't know if Octane will work without a SAPI. I don't know what it relies upon. I have not looked at it in any great depth. Anyway, this changes the game dramatically. This is a much simpler, and I can't believe it works, this is a much simpler approach than what I was doing before. With no web servers, I haven't got a whole load of crazy logic. Now all I need to do, well, what do I need to do now? Now I need to do some stuff. What's happening? Let's think about what's happening here. First of all, JavaScript loading. URL handling. Changing to PHP : / change everything to that. Okay, those are some of the things. And then JavaScript loading static assets through PHP. Should we even do that? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we should find some other way of doing that. Maybe we can move the static assets to some other handler. So the reason that it's doing it through the PHP handler is because I've done this here. So it's just gone and tried to change all the URLs, which in theory means, let's do something fun for it. Let's try something else. If I go back to the Laravel application, I haven't been there for such a long time. In fact, this probably needs updating. Views, Livewire, counter. If we add a link here, we'll make it link to a route which we're going to add. Okay, so we're just going to say route, I don't know, hello. Click me. And then, I'm blind, routes, web. Well, we've got welcome, actually. I don't need to create a new root. Let's just use welcome. I didn't realise we've got that one. Welcome. Save that. And then reload this. I don't know what that's done. Oh, okay, so no, that's not going to live update because I haven't got... It needs to recompile. This is to do with the source files getting copied into this location. And I need to come up with a more dynamic way of doing that. And like, what would be quite nice is when the npm run dev. Oh, I panicked. Why did that panic? Couldn't split headers from content. Oh, that's a shame. That suggests that I've made an error somewhere. It's going to do it again because I've changed something here. Well, what I was going to say was if we could get the npm build to kind of watch the files and copy them if they change, so from the source location into the destination, that would be cool. Then we could have true live uploading, live updating again. But yeah, doing it this way, like we have to do it this way at the moment. Because of vendor, right? So it's because the vendor folder is in our application, but in the vendor folder is where we install the Tauri driver, because we're doing it all via PHP. And so then you get into like this endless recursive loop if you don't just copy what you've got and put it in the place. You need to copy everything except the native PHP Tauri driver folder into here. Which is what I do. I don't know. I don't know how I've managed that, but it doesn't copy the stuff that, so it copies it before it creates these files. In fact, I think it just doesn't copy the other bits from in here. It just copies the source folder. I don't even remember where I do that. I think it's in the command. So you know when you see this massive blob of text here, it's this that says these are the folders that you should have. You see them here. Resources. So this is me kind of creating a Tauri config JSON on the fly, which works in tandem with the hard-coded one. They get blended together. And I'm saying get everything from source app, everything from bootstrap config, blah, 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 vendor, artisan m, composer JSON, because I need all of those. And I can't remember, like, at the point in time when it does that, basically, that it just knows that it doesn't need the stuff that it's going to end up just cascading down into an infinite loop doing. So, yeah, that. And actually, that's the place where I can do my initial window, isn't it? I've got windows already, I just don't do anything. I can do that there. That would be maybe easier than trying to do what I was thinking of doing from Rust to PHP. Okay, so This isn't working because I've done something wrong. What have I done wrong here? There's no root named welcome. Did you say that? Sorry. Living for a long time makes sense, really. I agree, it does. I think that will be the right way to go, as I say, for performance. Yeah, we've gone over our 10 minutes because I've been waffling. There's a couple of things I want to get out of my head, and at least onto paper, out into the air and onto paper maybe. I just want to see if this will work. Okay, so the 500 request breaks, let's make a note of that. 500 response, not request, breaks the split headers function. Cool. Which just means that the response format, we need to take a bit more control. Like, I don't want the response to just be a bunch of text. It needs to be better than that. And the other thing is, I'm not doing anything with those headers. I feel like I probably need to pipe the headers through. So, what to do with headers from PHP response. I don't know. And then this will be interesting. It didn't do anything. Why didn't it do anything? Oh. So it doesn't have anything. Ah, okay, so the URL's skew if. Who knows why? I don't know what that means. But that's part of the URL problem to solve. Yeah, and that's all going to be like deep in Laravel. How does it render that out? Yeah, I agree with that. Static assets should be handled through Rust Tauri directly. I'm going to add that to my note. Should they be handled through PHP? No. Tauri can handle this. Can handle these directly. Okay, that's interesting. So we've got headers, URL handling, 500 responses, the splitting of the headers problem, JavaScript loading, which I think is just going to come as a side effect of solving where static assets are served from. So when we see that it's a static asset, somehow we don't pipe it through the PHP, we don't tell it to rewrite the, I don't even know how it's doing that. How did it make that first request for livewire.js? Because that looks like that. Where's that coming from? That's not there. Ah, it's that. So when it's a relative path, it uses the standard browser behavior and uses the protocol that and host that we're looking at. So some of that's going to need to change for anything that we don't want to go through PHP, which we need to work out at the Laravel side somehow. But I think all of that's doable, like with environment settings. Where? So just here we pass in some stuff, like we're saying NativePHP is running, so then it will go, oh, I've got NativePHP, so I should render these URLs differently, and we can figure all of that out. That's cool. I don't need this anymore. Some of this stuff I'll clean up as well. Like you can see, I'm trying to do it, moving it into a method, which I think I can probably do now. method relies on, I don't even know why I needed path to be variable here. I think that's fine the way that it is. First window, I don't know if it has to be in the Tauri C command, how menu bar application works in Tauri. I'm not sure what you mean about that. Don't know if it has to be. No, it doesn't have to be. For a normal application, we can spawn windows after the application's been created, but for a menu bar application, if that's what you're trying to do, yeah, I think you might be right. I can't remember. There's some documentation reference to something about that, or some example where it shows that it has to be that way. Fine. If that's what it takes, that is what it takes. What else have we got? Okay, so just thinking around the problem a little bit more, we've got Rust calling PHP, but we haven't got so whenever something needs to happen, we can tell Rust to go and get the answer from PHP, but we haven't got PHP calling Rust. So we haven't got a way yet for the developer to, the Laravel developer to, what's the right expression? To kind of call into the main application runtime and get an answer from that. And that's a critical piece of this at the moment, right? The answer to that in where we were thinking, where I was thinking, and what I think, where Electron is right now, the Electron driver's at, is you have a web server. You have a web server in the Electron side, and your PHP application calls that web service, and then in that web service you respond by taking actions. So there's JavaScript in there that says move the window, track the mouse cursor, etc. And that is what we were doing here too, when I was looking at doing it that way, because we had a Rocket server, and then the Rocket handlers would say, handle the requests coming in to do things like change the badge count, which I was able to do, and show notifications and those kinds of things, which is, get cursor position, that sort of stuff. All of these things are still valid things to want to do, but they're not done via a web service, because I'm not going to spin up a Rocket server for that. Maybe I could still do that. I don't know if I want to. I feel like I'm on this path of, we can do this without web servers altogether. So what could we do for that? How do we get PHP to communicate directly into Rust? I don't know if it can. I don't not even just into Rust. I mean into our Tauri application. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. It would be, so we could proxy through the browser environment, because Tauri has got this, where is it? Events, not events, commands, isn't it? No, this isn't this. Calling Rust from the front end. This is what I'm after. So it's got this idea of commands, which can be invoked from the JavaScript, which means if we can write the JavaScript for all of the commands that we expose, then we can invoke those commands. That's going to be, yeah, that's tricky because it all depends upon, what does it depend upon to do that? It can't be done without the web view, basically, and that's not fun. I don't want to have to go through the web view. That feels a bit gross. So I don't know if there's got to be some way of doing it. Like the web view is able to do it when you use this invoke. It's just like, what does that do in the background? What does that do under the hood? I don't know. It's like some inter-process communication. No, it can't be. There's no JavaScript process running. That's just... They've got some... They must have... This invoke function must be some special serializer that lets us... I feel like I was looking at this before, but that kind of packages up a message and sends it to a certain place. I wonder if invoke, can we find that in the Tauri GitHub? Oop. Oh my gosh. Okay. No. Is it? I'm gonna assume it's Tauri, and somewhere in here there's going to be some references to invoke TypeScript. That is tooling API source mocks. Don't know, that doesn't feel like it's the right place. Might be. Callback. Command arts. No, this is tooling. Oh. That's exciting. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Invoke internals. What's Tauri internals? Ugh. It's not referenced there. It's not there. It's not in here. Who knows? There's all this sort of magical stuff. Invoke isn't in here. It is. But it's from core, so it's just using it. It's just using it to invoke. So yeah, it's interesting. The invoke is used a lot throughout the JavaScript side of Tauri, which means it is the mechanism that it uses to communicate between the front end and the back end. That's the main thing. So it's definitely in here that it is. I mean, this is the invoke function, but then where does Tauri internals come from? That is not fair. Invoke system refactor. In fixed mock Tauri internals. Define convert file source on internals. I mean, it's just okay. Defining properties. We define invoke here. Object define property invoke on Tauri internals. Let's go to that. Aha! Oh my gosh. It's a promise. And it says Tauri internals IPC. Where's the IPC? IPC. I don't know. Okay, I mean, I shouldn't be dipping into this at this point in time, but basically it looks like there's some inter-process communication that is being built up somewhere. Wait for IPC action of IPCQ. It's just blah blah blah. Oh, hang on, it's here. IPC.js and IPC protocol. Where am I? Core Tauri scripts. So IPC protocol. It's sending a post. No, this isn't right. What's this for? Linux, use HTTPS. Use custom protocol if the flag is set to true. The command is the fetch data command. Or when not on Linux or Android, and when not on macOS with HTTPS. Okay, I don't know what that means. But this feels like we could pick this apart. What's the command? It's coming from the message. It's all like layers and layers of abstraction. But in theory, there is something here. If we pick this apart, we'll figure out how to call the Tauri backend. It is a backend. It's doing the same thing that we're doing. It's just something like in reverse. We would be able to pick that apart and build it in PHP because it's principally the same thing, right? We just need some of this data. Like, how does it get the values that it's using for some of these things? Whatever it's using for some of those is what is then going to unlock it for us. And then we just do the same stuff. Application developer can write PHP code to do this instead of having to write JavaScript code. I need to bookmark this. I don't know where this goes. Okay. Well, goodness me, it's been almost 3 hours, and it's been 3 hours of fun, and I need to stop because, well, I've got to fix this. This has made super progress. This. It runs, and it runs PHP without a web server, and that's mental. And I'm sure there's loads of problems with doing it that way that we haven't discovered. Oh, there's another thing that I just thought of. Headers that we want to send to the PHP application. Headers to PHP, which might be necessary. There's just, yeah, a ton of things that we haven't encountered yet. So, let's go here. Look, this is exciting for me in a really big way. I hope it's exciting for you too, in just some small way. But if not, that's okay. We're going to try and carry on with this, not now. Next week we'll do some more. I'm probably going to do some in between times, because this is the kind of the main problem that I want to solve this year. I want to nail this. I think this is like proving that we can have nice things, and I think that this is the thing that I want to have that's nice this year. And we're getting closer. It feels like it's trying to get blood from a stone, but we're getting closer, and I feel like I'm understanding more of it bit by bit. And I am really grateful to have you along for the ride. So thanks for coming and joining and helping out and all of the things that you're doing. I'm just reading some of the last messages. Essa, I'm sorry that I've not seen the chat. Yeah, that would be interesting if there is somebody who's done PHP Rust comms. Yeah, I haven't seen the link that you sent, so I'll look at that on Twitter in a bit. Can't have a PHP queue task opening a window, for example. Okay, well, we'll see. Exciting. If you want me to dig or reverse engineer something that can help, I'll be happy to help. That's amazing. Anything that you feel is going to be of value whilst you're watching me stumble around, definitely pop it in the chat here, send it to me separately, whatever it is. I'm grateful of any and all input at this stage, because it's all a learning curve. Yeah, great for your input. Grateful for your input today, and have a great weekend. And what should we do now? Don't know. Celebrate. I need to get some streamers or something. Go and do whatever you do that makes you happy, because I told you to. I told you that you could, because we had success today. No, don't do it because I told you to. Do it because you should do it. Anyway, I'll stop talking now because I'm talking gibberish. It's been 3 hours. I'm tired. Have a smashing weekend, and I'll see you next week. Bye for now.